Так, ну что, посмотрим Vampire. Так, вот такая вот картинка. Начнем. Новая игра. Ну все, начнем сюжетный режим, я думаю. Или игры, это самое полное может быть нормально начнем. Ну, начнем, наверное, с самого начала. Да. Возьмем просто. Сейчас посмотрим, насколько она хороша. Слышь, Настя. Настя. Колян забей. Да, оно, а то мне перебивает звук. А? Не, я записываю.
12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Привет, привет, кто присоединился.
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
походу его жена.
Mary! Oh, no.
Нет,
Mary!
ошибка. Сестра.
Hold on. Please, hold on. Mary. No.
Убил сестру.
It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain! These patrols are after me. No! No! Don't shoot! This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here.
Что-то темновато сейчас. О, так будет получше.
No, please, stop! I mean you no harm. What's going on? Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about? Shit, where'd it go? Now, I can defend myself. Where'd it go?
Понятно.
Kill the thing! Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
Ага, обыскать мы не можем. Идем дальше.
Who are you? Stupid beast! Sorry.
Тут ничего нету.
No, please, stop! Let's see who likes a bit of fire. Who are you? He's dead! What do you want? I mean you no harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech!
Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name?
I'll do the rest of the job.
Just leave me.
Ага, мы только можем гулять ночью.
Feels like it's burning me to the bone. I need to find somewhere to hide. Let me go!
Ай-яй.
I need to find shelter. Is anybody there? What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
Угу.
This one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it in shell takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve. That's impossible.
Угу. Отжали свои же часы. Нормально. Пошли дальше. Ну, графика довольно неплохо. Что там, но мне даже похоже на этот... Ой, Uncharted. О.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now! No. There's time. I can save him. That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital! Done. He'll live.
А, так он врач.
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
Угу. Информация. Скорость стрельбы, время перезарядки, магазин, оглушение, 45 урон. Угу. Второй, третий, четвертый, пятый. А, тут еще улучшение есть, смотри. Хороший револьвер. Ингредиенты. Обычный револьвер, часть обычная, пружина. Ну, довольно неплохо. Так. Тут плохо то, что не наводится, куда идти, что делать. Я думаю, разберемся. Так. Сейчас мы обратно сюда же.
Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Нет слов, просто нет слов. Ага.
The sun is high. I cannot leave now.
Ага. Значит, мне можно или в подвал, или поспать, да? А ну, ищем кровать. Или... Ага, все так видно.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
О, он только об этом задумался. Что я там делал вообще? Чё я один? Да, нужно поспать.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it. Rational thinking only.
Да или нет? Сейчас посмотрим. Посмотрим. Вот и первая награда. Ну, игра «Вампир».
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
As it is, as mad as the moon, contains blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Развитие. Обижаться, как вы хотите отдохнуть, развить навыки, чтобы повысить свой уровень и улучшить вампир навык. Вам придется тратить опыт. Ага. Доступное. Сердце. Первый уровень, стоимость. Ох, нифига. Ага. То есть мы расходуем свою собственную кровь, чтобы мгновенно восполнить здоровье. Отлично. Это на что? Когти, кровавые копья, теневой туман. Вы бросаете создание из крови копий, которые приходят сквозь всех врагов перед вами. Или туман. Теневой туман. Вы размещаете тени около своих ног или цели через короткий промежуток времени, обладая, взрывается, наносит большой урон. Ну посмотрим, давайте.
Voice in my head.
Так, самое тяжелое. Найти говнюка, который мне это все запорол.
I'm not mad then. It must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become. These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here! My head's spinning.
Oi! Come out, you coward!
It's locked, all right.
Clever fucking beast!
Оружие для левой руки. Чтобы наносить удар оружием для левой руки, нажмите. Ага, это оружие обладает и расходит выносливость. Ага. Ну, правая и левая рука в действии. Ага, хорошо.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Ага, это мы оглушаем. Это, ага. Треугольник мы оглушаем. Хрестик мы оглушаем врага, можно укусить.
Die, vermin!
Strength I never knew I had.
This one stinks already.
Угу. Заперто.
Look at it! Vicious
This shouldn't be possible.
filthy piece of shit!
Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire. My strength, my reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
Вступай в армию. Ты нужен королю в стране. Вступай в армию, помоги храбрецам на фронте.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. This is despicable.
Я сел в крыс.
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it. I can't believe I'm doing this. What will London have to say to me? I've so many questions unanswered.
Конечно, столько вопросов.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum?
Но он какой-то врач, мне думаю.
The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
А вот это будет интересно. Вампирское
Fresh
чутье.
blood. The smell is so strong.
Это, знаете, это когда, наверное... Да-да-да. Ой, а ну-ка, мы обойдем. Мы все же люди. Пойдем-ка сюда, тут ничего интересного.
Where has everyone gone? According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail.
Убежище в районе, появилось новое убежище. Ага. Ага. То есть... А, это патроны, наверное. А это у нас верстак. Изготовьте предметы лекарства, сыворотки и детали для улучшения. Ага. Двуручное оружие и часы. Понятно. Ага. Внизу ничего интересного. Ага. Идем дальше. Надо найти этого говнюка. Спрятаться.
At last, a little life. Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Узнаю, что тут творится.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
Привет, привет.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Так, все узнали. А что это такое? Информация. Качество крови. Так подходишь к бару. Можно, пожалуйста, вашу кровь на пробу, доктор? Ага. Качество крови. Хреновое. Идем дальше.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Поможете с поиском, что это за место?
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
За какие бабки они будут отдыхать? Мне интересно. А что это такое, по-моему?
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Хорошо, без вопросов.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
Красиво отшила.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
Something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
Никого не смущает, да, вот эта
This is no
пуля?
place for you. Priwen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you?
I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word. With anyone.
Отличный
That's
дедок.
something I can do for you. And who might you be?
I'm not sure that I know anymore.
Might I at least learn the reason of your presence?
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
Короче, говнюк. Ну что, ты мне поможешь?
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
Perhaps. This is all new to me. I'm not even certain what I'm looking for.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things from many people, sir. That's what my job's about.
Goodbye, Mr. Watson. Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that.
This is important, sir.
I don't know, and I don't...
I'll leave you to your bottle, then.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been... Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight. And I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the cannon factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Please, leave me alone.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out.
I cannot enter.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming.
Can I have some privacy, please?
Одному хочет побыть.
It's a good thing you cannot see me now, Mum.
You again. What can I do for you?
Tom, Talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What do you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city. The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. What's this? Some sort of note. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge. This is a slaughterhouse. It's locked. It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Ладненько, хорошо. Он хотя бы не стреляет в себя. Ха.
I have this thirst for blood. It's locked, all right. Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave you to your bottle, then. Nobody at home. There's nobody here. There is no one in sight.
would you be so kind as to leave the room?
Очень интересно.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Куда же идти?
one as far away from the king.
Так, сейчас мы попробуем. Каким образом? Я знаю. были. Так, мы походу что-то нашли. Хорошо. Так, будем сейчас собирать все возможное, то есть золото, я думаю, оно нам очень пригодится. О, ящик. Целая пара. Ладно, погнали дальше, по крови идем. Идем по крови.
Over there!
Что? Деньги, бабки. Открытое убежище. Нормально. Опа. Труп.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
Тренировочное оружие.
This place reeks of bloodshed. This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Ах ты! А ну-ка тихо. Говнюк. О нет.
William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by skull?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
Сука. Шо?
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed this drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
Yes, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Отлично.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stone, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes.
Теперь я у него буду как рабочий.
Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship isn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming. I'm sorry, Jonathan. Mr. Hampton needs me right now.
You can do better than that. Nah. It's my turn.
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seed of life. Drink at this river, dry it all.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Insult me again and I'll put an end to your misery right now.
Alright, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
И туда.
In the back, you bastard! Didn't have the guts to fight me. Fuck you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Да, неприятно.
To taste a life, to embrace its most intimate secrets. Such a burden, such a divine sin.
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I apologize, nurse. I needed some time to myself. This has been the longest and strangest night of my life.
You delivered poor Mr. Hampton from a terrible fate. The means to that end should be of little concern, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
Thank you, Nurse Crane. Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most? Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippins. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
Привет, привет.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, Sora, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion make me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained...
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I...
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him,
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place, and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone?
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William...
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The wet boot boys are very nervous since they...
What is the city? Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long. You know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint. Not even criminals.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel...
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in...
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck. Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith, willing to preach the...
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important...
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought you...
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later. Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here.
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trench.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to...
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served...
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Fear and disgust on every street corner.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the...
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust.
I beg your pardon.
What are you...
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, it's such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not...
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Who are these enemies you mentioned?
Опа.
Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard's syndrome?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist.
Delusional, you say? Ugh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to...
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities. Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Сейчас мы кое-что попытаемся сделать.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
How can we be sure we're making a difference?
Good evening, madam. Can I help?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son? What do you think of your reception here?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially well...
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswell?
Not much to say.
May I ask if you have an...
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women...
Are you really that rich?
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in...
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such...
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins...
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in...
She charged you for a bed?
Yes.
And I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really?
I don't want to talk. My
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here.
Yes. And
could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't...
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my...
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate.
Not really.
I see.
Yes, maybe. But I don't...
How painful.
So...
I'll let you get some rest, then.
Alright. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed.
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are all...
I see. Would you mind telling me?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about the doctor.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of...
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site.
Tell me about it.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one, too.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the risk. Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy. The shift never ends.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Так, что у нас открыто? Не хватает. Ладно. Так, поспим.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now. If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
I'm not one to make wait, Doctor. I've patients to attend.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war, and now this epidemic...
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a...
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead.
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's...
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks.
That's quite a blunt introduction.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Doctor.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the...
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a...
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an
It sounds like things have been a bit rough.
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing in. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital?
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring you...
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some...
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them an...
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right?
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable...
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Goodbye, Milton.
Так, все понятно.
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top!
Говнюки. Я застрял. Фу. А вот и крыс.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was...
A colleague?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your life...
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little...
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is...
Why do you have to watch these?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in...
Why close?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic.
Are you afraid?
Why should I?
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker.
An interesting point of view. And quite an
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir.
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since...
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't...
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I...
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I'm not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
A pawnbroker?
Yes, sir. All kind of people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade. I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Tomorrow, more bodies will arrive.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Что-то интересное сейчас будет. Посмотрим. Это выход. О, да блин. Идем обратно.
behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza. Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful. This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Посмотрим, что наверху. Ладно, идем вниз. Опа. Где ты лазишь?
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
А ну-ка. Здесь пистолет. Отличная идея.
Mr. Connor's injurers don't match the report. I'd better look into this. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Какие резкие, а? Так, здесь мы, походу, все сделали.
I cannot enter.
Он показывает еще. Он тоже поднимется, посмотрим. Ну все, можем бежать. Блин, у него классный халат этот. сразу отдадим ему бумажник.
It's locked. Good evening, Dr. Reed. Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Нельзя было отдать его.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find any—
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient—
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same—
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't...
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my
And
responsibility.
you have my gratitude for that.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
How painful.
So painful, I'd rather not talk.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help. Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working...
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your...
Thank you.
I am Thoreau Strickland. Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great...
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well,
You seem quite optimistic.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic...
Do you need help with anything?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch...
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh, no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what would...
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may part... Please, could you tell me something?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
I based my technique on my mentor's research.
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the set...
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with...
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion tech...
What is it you really want? To save him? Or to prove your...
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the...
But why would he hide such crucial information from...
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Aykroyd's behavior.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with...
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light. This must be all so new to you. This area of...
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events.
I'm a dead man. I was murdered.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors.
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently...
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble they...
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just...
Then ask away.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Where do we stand today?
Well, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave...
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory.
He was a Skal, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification.
Just for clarity, what difference?
A Skal is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foe.
How do Skals come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires...
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myth.
The sun. The morning following my...
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged. But it will not destroy you.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and...
You mentioned something about a secret society.
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for...
That explains your nightly wanderings.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something at...
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know...
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
We'll see each other again soon, Edgar.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that captain.
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a vamp. The lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
А у меня что, она есть?
It seems I'm the butt of a joke, or pigeon of a con. Dr. Swansea might have told me who I was going to meet.
I know you're a man of action, Doctor, but take a moment to contemplate the terrain. In this war, discretion is both weapon and shield.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the...
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visit...
I'll take care of it.
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Doctor. Is our little...
I think of nothing else.
My situation...
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
You are going to reveal all your secrets to me, even the darkest thoughts in your heart.
My blood and soul, they belong to you now.
The life running in your veins.
What? What? What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
If you continue shouting, I'll have you restrained and gagged. Understood?
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round. Miss Jones, greetings. Now...
Well...
if you could just tell me why...
It's terrible, Doctor. What with a pain in my chest, coughing up blood...
I see.
No one comes to visit, you know. Not even my own flushing.
Have you noticed any suspicious comings or goings?
It would be a great deal easier to make a list of things unsuspicious in this...
Everyone here...
Thieves and murderers, the lot. People have gone...
Come now, Miss Jones. Surely it's not...
Have you no eyes? This hospital...
I'll come and visit you shortly. The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
This is no time for self.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the...
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital...
The people who work here all come from very...
Goodbye, nurse. Good evening.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we...
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea.
Well, it's a euphemism that...
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more good.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You're right.
Sorry, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation of the Pembroke?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients.
You must get a hold of you.
Sorry, I'm exhausted.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was...
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious...
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones...
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old...
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting...
Let me guess.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
I will not let you down, Mom. I'm all right.
I wonder why the Goswicks came here in the first place.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. Good evening, sir.
So it is true.
Do we know it?
Actually, yes. We met once before.
Dr. Tippett, yes.
He was also very confident about your future.
Have you heard of any underhand dealing?
I have no time for such triviality, my dear colleague.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during...
Tell me more about...
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated...
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about...
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all...
Ah, yes, the burden of command.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation?
This hospital is not exactly the best of London.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel...
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving...
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about...
She should not have told you that.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals, or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Кому-то сейчас не повезет.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor. Here's what's left of him. Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her. Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get...
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but...
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher.
All right, Mr. Thatcher, you're safe now.
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night. Are you sure you're all right?
Yes. It's a knee!
It's locked, all right.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
It's onto us! Get their weapons ready!
The safer place is to be than here. Didn't you hear me?
I cannot enter.
Turn around, sir. Sir, I'll put it into you! Yeah!
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Stop it!
Me? I'll not die in some stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now...
I found the recruiter you were expecting.
I knew it! I told you I was tough enough. I'll be...
Free? You may soon find out that you have...
You're all fancy words, none of which concern me.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital?
Never heard of her. If she's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's...
Hey! I didn't do anything, it ain't me!
Medication and drugs are a rare commodity in East London. So you picked an easy target, didn't you?
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a...
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town.
I said sod off.
What happened? Did you really steal that?
Hey! I didn't...
Medication...
Sod off me.
It's true.
I said...
Goodbye, young man.
Wet boots will be proud of me.
Sort of bloody joke, yeah. Sick and suffering. What?
Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do.
What? You saw?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like...
No. Look, I'm not a violent man.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some...
Really? And what...
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
Perhaps you could focus.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used...
You don't have anywhere to go?
Not since the death of my wife. Albert...
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines without...
Yes. Sounds like shell shock.
I'm not ashamed. I just need my pills. Peace.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public...
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that... I'm...
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir.
I will see you later. A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Boots will be proud of me.
надо найти мальчика. Сейчас я, может, помогу.
I'll not die in some piss
Я
stinking alley reeking worse than a week old lavvy.
И правильно ли?
Good evening, Ben. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit it. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just frayed me last nerve.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar, a coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
Yes. Sounds like shell shock. I've seen a few cases like yours. This is nothing you should be ashamed of, Benjamin. And it's perfectly natural in your situation.
Not ashamed. I just need my pills. Peace and quiet, that's all.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broken. My son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broken. My son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now. Good evening, Ben.
I'm afraid...
Do you know...
Funny,
really?
Word is...
What can you...
Nothing.
You mean...
Yeah.
Perhaps you... A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now. Good evening.
I'm afraid...
What? Yes.
Not ashamed.
Whatever the boy did, I
swear I did one.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now. Good evening. A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now. How are you, boy? What?
Hey!
Medication.
Shut off me.
It's true.
I said...
Do you know... Goodbye.
Boots will be proud of me. Sick and suffering.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid...
You don't seem well.
I always feel...
I will see you later. A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Its effectiveness has been proven.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Good evening.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital?
I don't like to talk about competition. Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care.
Tell me.
The region itself is something to see, but I would say...
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits.
What do you think of the local?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me of it.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll talk again.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
It's locked. I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind.
Welcome, sir.
I am Dr. Reed.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dodd?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really...
Yes, she's a nurse. And quite a good one.
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Cranny.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and
How is business around?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket...
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day.
What you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the youth?
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever. Madness. Something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there? Right then. Show me what... Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few...
A scientist? You are much more lost.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor...
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in our country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary...
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences. And most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your...
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Purification by fire has proved useful, but where do you stop? Burn the clothes? The buildings? The corpses? Worse?
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad. And dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go and listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know?
But you are seeking answers, aren't you?
I am. But the answers I... Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could...
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm...
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm afraid one of the nurses from the Pembroke Hospital may be involved with unsavory activities.
Ah, could it be Dorothy Crane?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darling. What?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
He has no relatives at all?
No, except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nithacott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nithacott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
Have you any idea of the danger you've...
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I'm convinced there is more at work here than a simple epidemic.
Really? To be honest, I could say the same. Some of the sick I saw or heard of. My God, what happened to them?
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza?
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
If no one stops it, this epidemic could turn into a scourge.
Yes. This is another kind of war, but just as deadly. History will judge us all for what we did and what we did not.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth?
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people...
That's quite honorable of you. But is the
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding...
Really? Are you an artist?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard...
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was...
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in...
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane...
Tell me, Mr. Nethercourt, what...
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox, the stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Do you not think...
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you prescribe.
I will see you later. Are you aware that you're...
But this is...
If some miss...
Well, you for a start, my dear doctor.
I understand.
I don't care. I don't have many friends.
What are your thoughts on the...
Terrible, you say? No. Of course.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic.
My mother loved poetry. Perhaps your words would have touched her sentiment.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them, but...
May I ask?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure.
But are you not afraid of the...
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I might...
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where...
I'll leave you alone, sir. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger to me. Tell me about Richard Nethercourt. I understand. I know you Very well. Goodbye, then. The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick. Though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can. Good evening, Christina.
Change your...
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke...
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothy.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come...
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to...
Short story. The war, exile.
Many people must deal with poverty.
And when exactly was the last time you looked? Are you joking?
I have no... Many people.
And when exactly...
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crime.
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time.
Are you talking from
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West.
Are you talking from
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Why this skepticism? Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed, or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't...
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane? You seem to...
Dorothea...
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can. Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you...
It's locked, all right.
I need help!
Here, nurse.
Patient Razvan Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Aspirin and salicin, you say? Why not some warm milk and a kiss on the cheek? Where are the quinine salts?
Tried buying, borrowing, even stealing. There's none to be found, Doctor.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. Yes. I have this, nurse. Allow me to finish the procedure alone. I need the room.
I'd prefer to stay and see this through. This is my patient, Doctor. I have needle and thread for stitching the wound.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor!
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, Doctor. We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners. I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for...
But why Lady Ashbury?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the...
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled...
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Listen very carefully, Dorothy. You will erase from your memory everything you pretend to know about Lady Ashbury and Pembroke Hospital.
Let that rich bitch off the hook over my dead
Nurse
body.
Crane, enough. Listen as if your life depended on every word. I know you've a generous heart who gives freely to those in need, but you shall walk away from the shadier streets of your business.
I will never abandon...
Dorothy, the discussion has come to a close. Your clandestine activities in the Resistance are over. Let it go.
I'll let it go. Yes. All gone.
This one stinks already. Over there! There's one of them vermin! Step away, sir. I said go back home!
Proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Bloody hell, boy.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy.
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
There you go.
Very funny.
Goodbye.
I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Kill it, boy! That's a light fire! Burn it, boys!
Так, ребят, надо, наверное, перезайти. Что-то залагало, смотри.